Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. Hey, Collie. Hey, Greenbeard. Hey, Da Vinci. Hey, Rod. Hey, Charlie. Hey, Steve and 1066. Hey, Clownhammer. Hey, Handres. Tuxedo. Bill. Malfrey. What else do we have here? NJ Surf and Raj. Kobe. What else? And Howie. Our folks. Hey, Jack. Get everything set up here. See where we're at. Whew, it's been a while. So it's not been a while since you've seen me. You've seen way too much of me lately. But it's been a while since we've seen this. So apologies ahead of time. I have to figure out where we're at on this. So I've tried to be prepared. As you see, I put all the umbilical wiring in place. That was the main task that I had intended to do after the last stream. But today will be mostly software setup. Maybe a little bit of assembly. Depends on where we're at. But mostly we'll be just relying on the StealthChanger documentation to get Klipper toolchanger set up on this. The Voron 2 Serial 0 that will be raffled off at Smurf is 98% done. I'm going to be finishing it off this week and packaging it up. It prints, but I am hitting extrusion issue on it. I don't know if it's the Mobius 3. I think it's the Mobius 3, which means that this may end up going to the person with a Mobius 3 and an M4 installed. So one way or another, it needs to print well. That's the biggest thing. It has obviously the potential to print well, what we saw on stream Sunday. But over the course of several prints, I've seen some extrusion issues that I'm concerned about. So we're going to fix that. But to that end, the link is still in the description if you want to enter the raffle for this. It is for a good cause. It is to the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation. And we're up to almost $6,500 in raffle tickets sold on that, which is fantastic. So, hey, Joel. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, Artman and Mark. Hey, Webbanu, Dweens, Raven Keeper. Hey, another CG and Bryce. Hey, Martin. Hey, Thomas and Wick Central. Nebulous. Hey, Oscar. Right here. Oh, you see in the background here. This is a good shot. This is a absolutely fantastic. It doesn't stay in the background. I put it there on purpose. Bill, OG Maker here, and his better half, much better half, surprised me in April with this quilt. And if you can see, it's a tessellated cat in orange and black. And I just wanted to show that off and thank them for that. Kobe, thank you for the super chat. It is a quilt. Yep. And it is super soft on one side, and it is a fantastic matching pattern without going. My wife's comment was without going too Halloween on it. Jeannie managed to make a orange and black cat quilt without it looking like it's meant for Halloween. So yes, that is very special. I wanted to show it off. Let's see, where else are we? Forgive your typing. Who sells those Voron t-shirts? So this is the shirt from Portland Vice. So this was an event shirt. Are the cats allowed on it? Well, the cats go where they please. So we can't really stop them. So it is not a cat blanket, but if the cats are on it, for that moment, it is a cat blanket. Oh, Thread Whisperer. Okay. Hey, Neil. Yes, my April also does quilting, different style, different level. So I am familiar. We are familiar with how much work goes into that. Voron could really use some updated merch in the shop. Mm-hmm. Hey, Brent. Hey, Sean. Okay, let's see where we are at. Okay, so here. There we go. StealthChanger here. When we left off, it was homing. And that's about it with a single tool head. Now I've put all of the, oh, it's not on the, I probably should have put it on the Lazy Susan on that table. It's probably going to move back and forth between the tables today. It was homing, and that was pretty much the progress last time. So now every tool has its own umbilical now, all hooked up, all wired in. So I think the first thing we need to start with is I'm told that Klipper toolchanger requires an updated, requires it to be on the latest version of Klipper. So let's get there. Let's go to it. So I think here, let's go here. So this is StealthChanger.com. Hey, Tom. Sometimes mine sleep in the closet. Oscar's favorite place lately is in our closet. That means flashing all tool heads. Yep. So this is a good coming back to a project after taking a break. It's going to be a lot of software and flashing today and kind of getting our momentum back on this. Hey, Danny. Hey, Ceramix. Hey, Power Engineering from Kenya. Welcome. So it will be a lot of this kind of thing. Setting up software. Hopefully we'll get it moving. Hopefully we'll get it picking up a tool. I don't expect to print today. So, okay, let me get my windows. If someone is providing CNC backplates together with shuttles, it's been a long time since I built my tool heads. I hear that's coming. I don't have any information on that though, if it's here or coming or when. So, Bryce, I'm using LDO Nighthawks. Those came in the parts, so big thanks to LDO for providing the StealthChanger kit bits. So it came with Nighthawks. So, okay, so documentation here. So we're gonna go down here. I think we are done with the build guides. We have not done the top hat. We will do the top hat as kind of after we get it set up. We'll get the top hat installed and paneling installed and everything. Hey, Zarp. Shuttles are done. Tool heads are done. User mods. So now I think we're here into software. Hey, Kurt. So, software overview. So, StealthChanger has been tested and verified with Klipper-based 3D printers. Other firmware platforms are not currently supported by this documentation. It's possible to do all of this stuff in RepRap firmware at least, but we are going to be using Klipper. Apparently, Calico does not work with tap-based probing. Is that still up to date? Hey, Sean, this has ant heads on it. They are a narrower tool. I would highly recommend up here under tool heads. I would highly recommend ant head. I have not built a Yavoth, but I want to try a Yavoth in a build. But a narrower tool head is what's recommended here. This is when you want something that can flash all the tool heads. I'm sure a script could be done. Hey, Luis. Okay, Klipper toolchanger is a collection of extensions developed by Vestruz. How do you say that? I don't know. Only use calico and 80 style probes. StealthChanger is a complicated build. Highly appreciate their always wired toolhead approach. StealthChanger uses a fork of this project called Klipper StealthChanger Easy. So this is a fork, also known as KTC Easy, which has been streamlined and optimized specifically for the StealthChanger community. So that's what we will be doing. We are following this documentation. Slicer support. My go-to is Prusa Slicer. I still need to get more Orca Slicer stuff into my workflow. I just haven't done it. Hey, Frostbite. Okay. So I think before we get into Klipper toolchanger Easy, we need to get this thing updated. And I need to respond to a quick text message. Give me just a moment. Okay. Thanks, Frostbite. Appreciate that. Get to roll the Klipper update dice. No, this will be easy. Are you all ready for Smurf? No. 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 But I hope to be. Bye. Why are you going so soon? Okay, let's go to here, and here we go. And you see me tomorrow. You can watch the VOD. There's actually a chance that there's going to be a stream tomorrow, so stay tuned. Flights are ready. Yes, flights and hotel are set. I do not normally stream on Mondays, but Pooch may come over. We're still working out the details. That's what the text was for. I don't normally stream on Mondays, but Pooch may come over and we may work on the spool bots. So stay tuned. If we don't work on the spool bots tomorrow, then I'm going to work on it Wednesday, I think. If we do work on them tomorrow, I probably won't do a Wednesday stream. So, no, never, Ahmed. I might try a quad XY setup. Okay, here we go. We've got this thing. We finally finished by the end of April. There you go. So we are at Klipper. So let's refresh this and do all the updates. $13,463 does not seem too far out. Hey, Berlint. I mean, the Northeast is expecting a blizzard with a potential for 2 feet of snow. Oh boy. It will be Wednesday time-ish, yes. Because I have a day job. So weekday streams have to be so everything has to be about that time. We're not too far off, but we are going to update. So let's just go ahead and do the update all and see if that works. we go. I'm assuming most people would rather see Oscar than an updating progress bar. So during your off time, you build 3D printers and then they pay you to take them apart. Nobody pays me to take anything apart. Oh. I manage an IT service and support group, Bryce. This is doing it only had 22 system packages. What's up there? What's up there? Oh boy. So who's going to Smurf? Who am I going to see in Smurf? Who's going to win? Who's going to win the 00V2? Oh, that was an instant reaction. Nope, not that one. You like this other one better. There you go. Might go if work clears. There you go. You'll be there on Saturday? Nice. Want that? You want it? There you go. Raj, you're going to be there? Awesome. Reverend will be there. You might win the printer, Reverend. You can't win if you don't enter. Brilliant. Thanks for the gift of memberships. Find reasonably priced hotel close. Be in London end of March. Unfortunately, I can't make it 2 trips. Oh, that's a bummer. Here you go. Ah, be there Saturday and Sunday. Nice. I have an idea for a lockable Lazy Susan, but it would require you glue a length of 3/4 inch wide steel strapped to the edge of your MDF platter. I'm interested in hearing ideas. Not this time. I'm only a short train journey away. Nice. Who will be at Rocky Mountain Rep Festival, which is only like a month later. And it's almost done. It's... Oh, there we go. Try again. It's finished. Should be up. There we go. Okay, close. All up to date. Thunder Keys will be it. Hey, Thunder Keys, welcome. Booked the hotel and plane for Smurf last week. Awesome. You'll be there working. Perfect. Philly one in the fall. Okay. I should be going to that one. I haven't set any. Have they even set dates? Have they set dates for 3D Printopia? Okay. So Klipper, everything is up to date. So let's bring up a command line. And let's bring up my favorite website for flashing things. Let's SSH into here. There we go. Hey, Pop. And let's see. Holy moly. Oh, I got to remember this. I set up a USB ID for the tool head. I set that up at tool 0, so we want to make sure we remember to do that for the other ones. So we've got the Leviathan there at the bottom, and then the Nighthawk tool head that we set up last stream right above it, and then the other 4 tool heads are sitting there. So everything's showing, which is good. We see it all. So now we need to go in and see where we were at. So we are here. What I do want to do, so I know which one is which, is I'm going to turn the printer off now and unplug all of them but tool 1 or tool 0 and tool 1, because I'll be able to identify them from here. But I'll unplug the other 3 and then we'll do this sequentially through the tools, because otherwise I'm not sure how we would easily identify which tool. Oh, just put it in catapult mode. There you go. Okay. That's how you would easily do it. Thanks, Nemi. I can rename them here though. Yep. So let's go here, and here's where our serial number is. So we're going to change this one to tool 1. And back out of here. Quit. Yes. Let's do a quick make clean so I don't forget. And I think, what is the reset button on here? I'm gonna go to tool 1, and is this one reset or is that one reset? Find out. Docs. And toolboard and Nighthawk 36. Which one is the reset button? Was that listed there? Here we go. Boot. Reset is this one on that side. Okay. We just booked an Alaska cruise with the balance due on April 1st. Can't justify that and a trip to Rocky Mountain. Bummer. Did it one by one since I used the same ABB 36 and just copy the ID for Klipper. Yeah, so we're gonna do that as suggested. I'm gonna reset button is this one over here. So I think if I double tap that, see if I double tapped it. Yes. So this one up here, this is catapult. That is the tool 1. So now we know, since I double tapped the reset button on there, it put it into catapult mode. It changes the name. Now we know that. Thanks for that suggestion, Nemi. Here, let's go here. We're going to just go to the updating. So we're going to follow the directions. Sudo service Klipper stop, even though I always forget to do this part, and then make it, and then we will do a make flash with the ID. Let's copy that. Hey, Phil, right? Ember Prototypes, welcome. And now you're gone. Oh, there you go. Message retract and then back. Welcome. Ember Prototypes makes a tool that we use with toolchangers for aligning, one of the options for aligning tool heads, and they're coming out with a V2 of that. Am I allowed to show it off? I think I am, otherwise I wouldn't have said that. Let's see. Okay, so now we're gonna go make flash. My emojis are being weird. Do they even show up in here? I think it's all YouTube side. There we go. So catapult. If you ever encounter the issue with the Nighthawk 36 Rev, that the Pi won't boot up anymore after a warm reboot via main cell, Fabia, there is a fix for that. I have an answer for you. You probably, so confirm this, but the direction I would go troubleshooting that is the little adapter USB board. There are versions of that that need a little surface mount resistor or two removed. I don't have very specific details for you, but I'm giving you a direction to explore. Contact someone with LDO for support and mention this, and they'll take you along a troubleshooting and resolution path there. Pushing out the updated software by the end of the day tomorrow, so you can actually use it. Awesome. I won't get to using it today, so that's perfect. Here, let's hit this. You can do to identify where each USB is plugged in. But where does that on the hexa board, Bill? How do I correlate that to which port on the hexa board? Okay, so that one is done. So we should be able to go here, and now we have tool 0 and tool 1. Perfect. Now we do need to do this each time. We can't just rinse and repeat. I have to come down here to the USB ID and now change tool 2. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Just chilling. Just chilling. Hey, tinkering. Okay, so tool 2, quit, save, make, clean, and then come over here and double tap tool 2. Double tap tool 2, make sure we see it as a catapult device. We do. Rerun the, let's do that. And flash. Yeah, it's a physical spin for the giveaway. That's perfect. Gonna get the inheritance for sure. Okay, awesome. So we should see, here's tool 0, 1, 2. Let's go back to menu config. Tool 3. Save, make clean. Go over here and double tap tool 3. Do a list. I didn't double tap it apparently. Let's try that again. Okay. Let's try it again. It is not going into catapult mode. Try it one more time, a little different cadence on that. It is not going into catapult mode. Let's see if tool 4 is going to, and then we'll troubleshoot tool 3. There we go. So tool 4 did go into catapult mode. So we need to go here and change this to tool 4. A clean and after the P2040, this guy here. Get tool 4 done. Might Oscar already know how to configure Klipper. He might. Eric. Okay. Oops. Let's make sure. So we have tool 0, 1, 2, and 4. So we need to figure out why tool 3 is not going into catapult mode. Just try it one more time. Any side on my part, you should do Marlin on some small printer sometime. They have made a crap ton of improvements. I've done Marlin in the not too distant past. Hey, there we go. I just had to hit it at the right cadence. So now we can do tool 3. Make menu config, USB ID, tool 3. Quit yes, make clean. Catapult this guy here. Go. What just happened? So for flashing these, and to make sure I'm identifying which board I'm flashing to set the name on it, I'm putting them into their bootloader mode, which is set up by Catapult. And the way to do that is to double click the reset button on the board itself. If you do it too fast, it might not go into the mode. If you do it too slow, it might not. So hitting it at the right cadence is what it appeared to have taken to get this to work. And now, since they're shorter names, they're showing up in 2 columns there. So you see 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Cool. Now I need to get, well, let's go ahead and update the Leviathan. Let me see. I don't think you don't actually have to put it into catapult mode to flash it, right? You can actually just flash to it. We did that in order to identify which board was there. I want to make sure I have the, hardware configurations and LDO Leviathan 1.3. So Klipper config right there is what we're looking for. So let's go ahead and do this. I should update the name just because it will match the rest. I like it. Except when I forget and I accidentally flashed a different board on a printer, and now it has an Orbital name. Why don't you change the toolhead board name to T0, T1, T2? It's tool 0, tool 1, tool 2. It is. Okay, STM. And this is a 743. 743 with a 128K bootloader, a 25 megahertz crystal, PA1112, and USB ID. We're going to change, let's just change this to Leviathan. I know that doesn't quite match. Main board might be more generic, but I'm going to name it Leviathan. Okay, and GPIO goes away. And we can do this, same thing, except for this will be, we'll just take the whole USB, this guy right here, and enter. Leviathan 1.3, so you know which one it is. Too late. That was optional. Renaming these is optional. It is a good idea. Agreed. You can modify the names by extending the UDEV rules. Okay. So there we are. Now we have tool 0 through 4 and Leviathan. Can you rename without flashing the boards? Is that the only time you can do it? I believe you need to flash, but I could be incorrect there. Flipping us, yes, flipping it to look under it can be a problem. I get it. I agree. One thing we are going to have to do here is we need to copy this before we start up Klipper again and come into our config and paste it here. And save and restart. Liz, happy Sunday. Welcome. See, I've now discovered, oh, what a mess. Holy moly. I've now discovered what Oscar is really wanting when he's bugging me. He wants to be laying in the middle of the table, not the printer. He wants to be laying there, not the printer. Sudo service Klipper start. 53 days until Colorado? That's not allowed. And thanks for being a member. Okay. We are back up and running. And we are showing our MCU in tool 0. Why is tool 0 only showing 463? You see that? Why is that only showing 463? Let's see if that's a browser issue. We just flashed all of those. The MCU updated. Why didn't tool 0 update? Did I actually run into any errors on these? Let's go back up to one of these. Flash success. It's one of the... No. This is the version. Version here should show 541. Oh, I did not. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. I did not. That's why. Let's do that. No, I think I did. Let's double check. It won't hurt to flash it again. Raspberry Pi 2040, 16K bootloader. I guess let's just make sure. LDO Nighthawk 36. Just USB and GPIO 8. That's, I guess, okay. Okay, that just changed things a little bit. Go down here, tool 0, and GPIO 8. Wait, yes. Stop. We should not need to, put it in catapult mode, since now we know which one it is. And enter. There we go. Oh, did I not make clean? I might have missed a make clean. I might have missed a make clean. It should be okay though, because it's a different file. It's a different file that it's reading, so it's not going to accidentally write the STM one. Better to do a make clean, but I think it's okay. Missed the make clean, throw the printer away. Let's go back here. Oops. Back here. Start it back up. And we should see. There we are. Yep, I had just missed it. So. Sweet. Everything's on the latest version of Klipper now. So now we need to add in, how did we have this set up? Let's see how it's set up. Let's go through the documentation now. Everything is up to date. Everything's connected. Everything's communicating. Hey, Queasy Diver. Quick reminder, we are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. Link is in the pin post and the description. So let's see. Each chip's run it didn't. Oh, it looks like it's 400. Give it a spin. Okay. So Klipper toolchanger easy. Fork by Voron. That's toolchanging support to Klipper. Prerequisites before installing, it is recommended you first have a functional Klipper-based 3D printer, which we do. I have a good feeling today. I like the stream twice. You need to do it 3 times, Joel. You need to do it 3 times. We only have 68 of you that have done that, even once. Oh, 2 devices. There you go. Well, thank you. Okay, installation. Connect to the printer via SSH and enter the following commands. So let's copy that block there. We are here. Let's just go back to home and enter the following commands. Oh, it already did that. That was the first command. Klipper toolchanger easy. Installing. Installing Python requirements. Klipper service found. Repository already found locally. Okay. So it's going to go through this stuff. I'm just kind of browsing this. How will use Z probe? I'll use a tap sensor as my Z probe on each tool. I'll use a shuttle mounted as my Z probe. I will use tap sensor. 1. Numpty. I think I do too. Okay, so we're going to use tap sensor. I don't have any shuttle mounted probing solutions on here. So post install restarting Klipper. Okay. You will be prompted to decide a Z probe solution. A typical StealthChanger uses a built-in tap. Yep. Eddy current sensors on StealthChanger have additional requirements and some limitations. They are not considered, or they are considered experimental. They don't knock it. File structure. After installation, your configuration will be organized as follows. So this is, there's a toolchanger folder in config, and we can probably see that here. Here we are. Yep. Raj, thanks for being a member. Do I have any memberships to give away? I do not. I gave them all away this month. So, okay, so we have a toolchanger folder. We have a tools, example configs, and their main toolchanger config. So let's keep going on the docs. Include configs. Include the configuration by adding the following to the start of your printer config. Okay, we're going to do that, but I want to read through the documentation first here. Moonraker config, optional but recommended. Add the following to your Moonraker config to enable automatic updates. So let's do that. We can do that right now. Let's go up and Moonraker config, and down here, let's add that. Let's see, start there. Try again, and we will see a Klipper toolchanger easy update item now. Okay. So now configuration. So we can, let's go ahead and copy that. Read only configs? Why is that there? Anyway, okay, configuration overview. Klipper toolchanger usually splits its configuration into two main segments. John, thanks for being a member. Getting real close to 4 years, yep. The toolchanger config, which contains the configurations for toolchanger specific settings, and the tool configs, which contains a configuration for each toolhead. Before running, you'll need to make a few changes to your existing Klipper configuration. This involves removing or commenting out certain sections that may conflict with the KTC tool change or framework and introducing new configurations. So existing config. In order for Klipper toolchanger easy to operate, some of your existing config will either be made redundant or need to be transferred into a tool config file. So toolhead sections, everything related to toolhead will be removed into a toolhead or tool config file or made redundant. Tuxedo, thanks for the gifted memberships. And BBs, welcome. Where am I at? Hey, Deanna. Okay, Bill, thanks for the gifted memberships. We will probably be doing, well, I guess, we will be doing a member stream on the 28th. I have no idea what we're doing yet. I'm not prepped for any project starts, so we'll figure it out. But that'll be the 28th of this month. Hey, Zigzag. I don't send. If you see me anywhere, I will give an autograph. But I am terrible about mailing things. Hey, Shaggy. Okay. Everything related to toolhead will be moved into a tool config file or made redundant. For now, it's best to comment out these items so they can be easily referenced later if needed. MCU, extruder, ADXL, fan, and heater fan. So let's go in there. Let's just go step by step. So we have our MCU tool. This can go, oops. This can get commented. So you can highlight things because somebody always learns this each time we do it. And in these interfaces, you can hold down the control key and hit / and comment, and that's a toggle. You can hit it again to uncomment. Comment or uncomment. Okay, and also I am going to, in my little includes here, let's just paste that since I still had the toolchanger, include toolchanger stuff in there. And let's just go ahead and delete this because we're not going to end up using this. Let's just get rid of that redundant comment. So now we need to go down to if we had any thing, we don't. So let's go down to our extruder. So all of this is going to get commented out. Comment that out. And then our fan. Actually, probe? Is probe one? No. It does not say to comment out probe. We'll see if it tells us to do something with that later. So complicated. Come on, Nurglerot. Come on. Probe is commented out. It doesn't say so. Does it say so later? Has its own homing routine and requires any existing overrides to be disabled. It's down further. But this is where it said, oh, toolhead sections. Never mind. I'll shut up now. No, I won't, but. I just hadn't gotten there yet. ADXL, there wasn't anything for ADXL. Let's just make sure. Accelerometer is already commented out down here. Rep firmware is giving Nervara kickbacks. Oh, no. Close that. Gotta go up here to heater bed probe. Let's get rid of probe. Coming to Germany on one of it. I will. There's a good chance I'll be in Form Next again this year. The FOMO's too hard for that one. That one's been a great event. I have a good time going to Form Next. It's hard to not go. Okay. There may be more sections such as RGB, thermistors. They all should be commented out. Okay. If you're already running a toolhead board, it's likely these sections are in a specific file. Mine were not because we were just doing a test config. Klipper toolchangers uses the tools probe for Z homing. Stepper Z section needs to be updated. Change end stop to use the virtual end stop. So let's make sure we have that. I will be at Open Sauce. It is TBD if we're going to exhibit or not. Since it's in July, we may exhibit. There's a difference between fluid and mainsail. They're just different UI interfaces for Klipper. You have your layers in these systems. You have Klipper, you have Moonraker, and then you have your UI, which is mainsail or fluid. Here, Chapman. Where was I? I was. Oh yeah, Z end stop. So we go up here to stepper Z, and it is already set up to Z virtual end stop. Okay. Are we printing today? We are not. I do not expect to print today. Hey, Tom. Aren't most places nice as a visitor? Living in Germany is a different story. I had a good time. I spent an extended bit of time in Germany in November, and that was fantastic. Okay. Homing override and save Z needs to go away. Save Z home. This goes away. And I don't think we would have a homing override if we have a safe Z. But I just want to see what we have here. Okay. Because each tool now has its own OptoTap sensor, probe will be redefined as tool probe and become part of the new tool config. So saved values, if you have any of the following saved values at the bottom of your printer that were saved via the save config, they will need to be removed. Probe and extruder sections at the bottom here. So down here. So this probe needs to go away. And extruder here, because that's our PID stuff, that can go away. There we go. So we have just our, oh, and you can't see that. But this was just the little commented out section at the bottom, all the save values. I just removed the probe and extruder sections. So, okay. So let's save this. I think we'll get all well, let's go ahead and save and restart and just see what happens. What errors we get, if any. Yeah, we'll get an error. That's fine. We're not done setting things up. Homing override config. Why do we have that? Is that in, that might be in toolchanger, so never mind. We'll just keep going. So I missed this avenue of installation when I updated my StealthChanger with a third toolhead. Have you thought about getting a Snapmaker U1 and rebuilding it into a Voron? That thought hasn't even crossed my mind. Okay. Now we're going to go to toolchanger config. So the toolchanger config sets up the main toolchanger object as well as homing and tool calibration. It is important to have an understanding of each section, and they affect the base Klipper installation. The following sections are reference only. Contents of the reference examples may differ from your config. So rounded path gives non-printing G-code moves calculated rounded corners. So, okay. So it's doesn't give. So I'll just leave as default if it doesn't give a suggestion otherwise. This is in toolchanger config. So I think if we go into toolchanger config, this is what we're going through now. The length of a circle approximation segments, and use at your own risk. Replace with G0. So we're not actually using this. This is just here then. Force move is true. So force move, tool changer. The tool changer section enables the tool changing capabilities and contains variables specific to changing tools. These paths have been verified to work with StealthChanger with modular dock. Further information on the tool changer section can be found in the Klipper tool section easy documentation. Okay. Safe Y, the distance from absolute zero to the back of the tools. Okay, we're going to just kind of go through this stuff here, I think. Klipper has its own homing routine that homes the Y-axis first, which allows the tool and the shuttle to be clear of the umbilical cables before homing the X-axis. Homing override can be used to switch between sensorless and end-stop homing. So let's go down here. This section must be completed. So, oops, let's uncomment this since it must be there, right? And we are not using sensorless X or Y. I have end stops on here. Homing rebound to Y. For sensorless, you probably want this set to 20. I'm not sensorless. Variable stepper driver, TMC 2209, that's correct. And homing current, sure. Set temperature with deadband. Adjusting the default deadband will change the precision required when using M109 macro. Deadband defines the acceptable temperature range around the target set point within which the printer considers the temperature close enough to proceed. So if you've ever waited, if your PID tune isn't on and your temperature is fluctuating, but it's waiting to stabilize before the print starts, this adjusts that. Is over and it allows some deadband on the temp. Default is plus or minus 1 degree. So if the set temp is 250, the default deadband would be 249 to 251. You can adjust this here. Calibration switch. Change the calibration switch macro variable to the absolute position of the top of your multi-axis calibration probe. This section is optional, only required if you're using a calibration probe. So that would be like the Chicago ball, otherwise known as sex ball. Named after a sex ball, which is a technical and actual term for those bolts that go together that generally bind large stacks of paper together. So there is, the kit did come with looks like a graphite bronze bushing and a couple of different size of balls for the end of this rod that goes into a printed part, and pushes against a micro switch. The regional term. This guy goes in here, and then that, and you hear that. That triggers that. So how does that actually attach? There's no actual physical attachment between those two. Am I missing something? Does that just press in there? That seems dumb. I'm missing something. I gotta be. Is that really just pressed together? Two screws in the side. No, that holds to the frame, but what holds the PCB on here? Oh, through that side. Got it. Got it. Holds the switch in. I should have known that. I should have known that. Yep. Okay. So calibration switch, and that would be the location of it. That's something that we can install today. So a good opportunity. Let's check out this thing. This is another calibration option. One of the gears of the gearbox almost welded itself to the casing. Ooh, yeah. Well, this is just cables, but this is that Ember Prototypes camera. So this has a magnet that sets on your build plate. You move your tools over it. There's an application to go through, and you align the tip of the nozzle over that. And I heard that this is supposed to be for Z offset, but I'm curious about that. Empty coffee. So anyway, yeah, we will be playing around with this when we get to the calibration portion of the build. I have the previous version. Ember Prototypes had sent me a few years ago, and we used that to align the Tridex at the time. Ember camera is essential, saves so much time in calibration prints. Yeah, I used it for I used my existing, the version 1 Ember camera to align the index tool heads. And it's worked fine. Auxiliary cable for controlling LEDs and getting the Z probe trigger out. Oh, cool. I haven't seen documentation on it, so I don't know all these things, but we'll check that out before we cover it in detail. Okay. Define the tools calibrate section enables the multi-axis probe calibration. Change the variables to match your requirements. So it's a camera to, yes, it's a camera to assist calibrating. Yep. One solid cube. Little known fact, I'm allergic to cats. You ever do that 2 truths and a lie thing? I'm allergic to cats would be one of my things. It'll work with axis scope as well. I'll have to figure out what that is. To replace my tool headboard. Actually one which is adapted for using the eddy coil sensor in can mode. Which one would you recommend? Good question, Zarp. I don't know. I think the EBB 36 V2 or whatever is pretty nice, and the Nighthawk is pretty nice. Okay. Let's see. Tools calibrate. Define the tools. Enables a multi-axis probe. Change the variable to match your requirements. This section is optional, only required if you are using an automated calibration probe, such as the sexball probe. So I'm going to be setting this up to do multiple methods of calibration. So we can use the camera, we can use the sexball. All of those are going to be set up on here. I think I will set this up when we get there. So, if you're allergic to cats, you are generally allergic to all cats. You can tell folk you're allergic to lions. That's funny. So tools calibrate, and then location of the calibration switch. So we'll turn those on when we install this. A built-in set of macros in Klipper that lets you calibrate more easily using a camera, but you can totally do it the old way. Some people just like more integration. I'll have to check that out, Phil. I will want to try that. Okay, coffee is done. Let's get that out of my reach so I don't keep reaching for an empty coffee cup. Okay, tool config. Let's go here. Each tool has its own configuration file stored by default. So let's save this, what I've changed so far, and go into tools. And let's go example T0. It's open source and written by someone else in the StealthChanger Discord. Nice. If you want to use this file in your actual tool changer, then remove the example from the file name. This file contains common pin mappings for the Big Tree Tack EBB T0. So where should I be able to get examples page? The following sections are reference only. Contents are reference examples. For example, please read the examples page. What does that go to? Is this where I want to go? No. Is there a link to example config for the Nighthawks? I'm sure. Here, let's go to examples. No, that's examples. Tool configs. Here we are. And Nighthawk 36. It's got to be, oh. What is the difference here? Non-tap. What is Nighthawk 36 v1.4 T0 tap? Here we are. So I want this. Yeah, I figured that this should match my config pretty closely. Yeah. So here is the examples. Nighthawk 36 tap, which we're using. So let's copy this. Common pin mappings for the Nighthawk. To use this config, the firmware should be compiled for the Raspberry Pi 2040. Change the MCU section name. So let's do that. Let's go here and let's go ahead and close this and create a new file. We're going to call this, it should be T0, right? Because it says just remove that example from the other one. So let's create this and paste that config. So, and then are we leaving this as the name? I guess so. And then we need this name for tool 0. Just go up and there we are. So tool 0 is this guy here. Let's copy that. See you, Kobe. And paste it right here. There we go. So did I change where I have things plugged in? I don't think so. You can click devices in main cell to get ID. Oh yeah, I know that. I always forget though, live. I did know that. Okay. Is there anything I should change? I should change here. Change the extruder sections if you're configuring. This is with the Orbiter 2.5, which is what I'm using. 104 NTs are correct because I'm using LDO Vorons. Hot end fan and part fan should be the correct. And do we have any LED set up in here? Yep, NeoPixel and that. Variable active 0. Okay. So let's save that. Dude. Let's close that. Now this did say, remove the example. Yep, okay. Hey CFL. Looking forward to the documentation. How did you get the tool number to show up when searching? When compiling the firmware and flashing it, there's a USB ID that you can set, Alpha. We did that at the beginning part of this stream. So if you weren't here for that, if you just rewatch the first 20 or 30 minutes of the stream, you'll see where that was done. Okay. The T might be missing some auxiliary stuff like the thermistor definition. It looked like it was. It's correct for my tools here. Sensor type. So, okay. That is going to get copied across for all of the tools. Is there any reason why I shouldn't just do that now? Let's go ahead and duplicate T1. And we go in here and devices and USB and refresh. Serial, sorry. Refresh. Here we are. Oh, there's tool 1 right there. I'll have to scroll down, but tool 1 just happens to be right here. Here we go. Copy that. All of this should just change that tool 1. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to change the number from here on. But let's save that. Oops, this needs to be changed to Nighthawk 1. So we're gonna, oops. Here, let's change this back to 0. Let's find and replace within HK1. Replace all. So that should be all we need to do. No, now we need to change all the T0s to T1. Right? T0 to T1. Replace all. Okay. And do I want to change this to 1? Select tool 1? I think I probably want to do that at the bottom. And extruder to extruder 1. Ooh, all the things to change. How are you replacing all? In the interface, if you do Control F, I know that didn't show. So here, if you go Control F, you can do a find, but you can also do a replace. So find this, replace it with this, and replace all. And the TMC extruder. There we go. Let's save that. This is going to be shown if we go over. That there is a tool probe section, tap sensor activation. Oh boy, all the things. Here, it'll be easier from here on. Because I'll be able to search for T1. Where was the extruder? Right here. Change to match the extruder you're configuring. Yep. There are notes in here If you read each note, you will not miss all these little things that I'm missing. This is nicely commented. Follow the comments. What else am I missing here? Change to match. All of these need to change. So anywhere we'll do a find and replace on the next one. I think, did I miss anything else? Have I captured it all now? I think I've captured it all. Line 97. Okay, 1. Save. Tool index number, I changed that, didn't I? Must be 0. Where was tool? This is the bottom. Oh, it's not visible to you guys, sorry. Down here at the bottom, tool 1. Is there anywhere else that I've missed? Change to the number. Oh boy. 1. Yep. 88. Holy moly. You see, all of these are commented. I'm just missing them. 68. Tool number 1. I did that. Tool probe is there. Extruder 1. Is that all of them? Okay. Let's close that. Let's duplicate this one now. To tool 2. Okay, now we can come through here and we're gonna just go down the line. Control F, NHK2, replace all, change this. There we go, tool 2, and then we're gonna change extruder 1s to extruder 2. Sure I spelled that right, double check, replace all. Then we're gonna scroll down, change the individual. We can't do this en masse, so we just need to go down and change the tool number. There we are. Oops, and we need to change T1 anytime it says T. Oops, I don't want to do that. That's, okay. If I change that, it changes it in the documentation too. Oh well. T2. Place all. That's okay. Tool 2. Scrolling down. And tool 2. Okay, I think that caught everything. NHK2, tool 2, T2, extruder 2, extruder 2, T2, NHK2, T2, T2, tool number 2, tool 2, select tool 2. We gave a T1 example on the site too. You chose the hard way. I would still have to do this on all of them, right? I'd have to do the same thing on all of them. And since when do I not choose the hard way? You know me by now. Okay, so let's copy that. Let's duplicate this. T3. Duplicate. Come in. NHK. Oops. F. And oops. It doesn't matter. 3. Give it, I told you config. Not that hard. It's not that hard. It's just a matter of remembering to do all the little, this is all one-time stuff. T2. T3. Place all. And extruder 2. 3. Place all. Come down to T3, T3, tool number 3. Tool number 3. Extruder 3 and tool 3. Okay. Save that, and we only have one more to do here. Duplicate to T4. Duplicate, and we do this one more time. HK4. Tool 4. T4. Extruder 4. Place all. T4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, and 4. There we go. Save. Okay, so all of our tool configs are set up. T0 through T4. So we can come back to tool config. As a minimum, the following sections are required in tool config. They are. And then this is going through each little section. We're using, hey Maker Viking. There's a slight difference in config for T0 and all the other T's. Oh, what is that difference? What is the difference? Examples. T1 tap. T1. What is the slight difference? Did I just screw everything up by not copying extruder 1? Do we know what the difference is? Do I need to redo all of those with a copy of T1? I'm good? Okay. SII or S2, what is that? Nemi says I'm good. Okay. Heater fan tool. This is all just going through all the individual sections. So things like alternative oh, thumb typing. Okay. Tool config. What else do I have? Examples. Configure it. Oh, that's examples. Validation. If you're experiencing Klipper errors after setting up your tool changer, please consult software troubleshooting. So let's see. Let's firmware restart and see what happens. Unknown pin chip name tool 0. That's got to be in my original config. Let's go in here. Let's search for tool 0. It is not. Oh, there it is. Printer config output. Here it is. PCB LED case light. So connected LED Nighthawk. This can just be deleted. Same here. This whole section I'm just going to delete. Doop. Okay. Save and restart. It did mention, I think, LED stuff in the, to comment that stuff out before. Woohoo! Happy Klipper. Okay. Go back to the dashboard and we've got all of our extruders here. All the temperatures. Macros and examples has print start and print end. Macros and examples. Ah, here we are. Got it. Toolchanger config is this, which was already there. Macros has print start and print end. So let's grab that. Let's copy that and put this. I actually want to, let's go back here then, go to our config, and I want separate files for these. So let's create a print start CFG, paste this here, and save that. And I want a print end. Oops. FG, create that, and print end. Let's copy that. Put that there and save that. And then go into our printer config and come down to our print start and print end stuff. This thing doesn't need to be there. This is the definition that was set up for, I think LDO has this in their stuff. So we're just, since I see that. Print start. I'm not using this display, so I'm just going to delete this to clean up my config a bit. This is the mini 12864 display stuff. Full graphic display, those things. Mini 12864. All of that can go away. Just clean this up a bit. Okay, so print start here. I'm just going to replace this with, oh juice, what's going on? To include print start.cfg and include print end.cfg. And we will delete this. I don't know what C. Only if printer is in a non-home state. I don't think any of this is being used. None of this stuff is being used. So I'm going to delete. I'm going to at least delete to here. Unload filament, that's not going to be valid either. Hey, Iron Buns. Hey, Upsmanster. Unload and load. These aren't going to work either, right? Just get rid of them. I don't know where those actually came from. Okay. Let's save and restart. Klipper still happy? Klipper's still happy. Sweet. Okay. Tool configs, print start, print end. Tool configs is there, and toolchanger config is there. So back to validation. Before configuring calibrating the other tools, it is advised to get the printer printing with tool 0 before continuing configuration. If anything else, before homing and starting a print, there are some checks we should do to make sure everything behaves as intended. Make sure your toolhead passes all the following checks before continuing. Oh, there's a good check. Just move this over here. All of the LEDs work. That's a good sign. All of the LEDs are on. Woohoo. Dude, what's up? Here, right here. Lay on the Lazy Susan. Okay. Make sure your toolhead passes all the following checks before continuing. When you place a tool on the shuttle, the opto-temp sensor triggers its LED. So if I take a tool and set it on the shuttle, it should trigger its LED. And that should be for each one. So I should be able to grab a tool here. Put it on here. And it does. It turns red. If I move it up, it turns blue. So let's just check that on all of them. That one does. That one does. Yep. This one. Yep. Yep. They all do. What's the Z height of the printer now? That's a good question. It's regular 300 build plus, what is it? 200 millimeters is the top hat. So. Okay. Validate that the tool is being detected by running initialize tool changer with and without the tool on the shuttle. You should get confirmation that the tool has been detected when the tool is on the shuttle. It should also report active tool if no tool was detected. So let's go here. Initialize tool changer. Let's go, just go to the console here. And it should say, extruder not hot enough, printer not home, failed to detect active tool. Kitty update. So if I take tool 0 and put it on there and run this again, now it sees tool 0. And I think I should have done this test before at the same time as testing the other, but we'll just check a couple of these. We know that the thing works there. If we do this again, we should see T1. Yep, T1. This can also potentially be a check on our config. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Is that what's written in the guide? On what? There's T2. That works. Let's just go ahead and go through them all. This is kind of neat. T3. Yep. Input shaper in printer config to load input shaper. Oh, okay. Just an input shaper line? unknown. Here, let's do that here. Let's go printer config. And if we just do a that, except actually spell it right. Nope, there's got to be something more to that. Did I accidentally put 2 spaces? No. What else needs to be there? And where is that documented so I can look it up? Underscore, no space. Well, that's your fault. Save and restart. Different input shapings per toolhead, or is it one? It's different, right? It's documented in the tuning section. Okay. Let's go back here. Now we should get tool 4. And it does show the shaper information, which we were getting the unknown command before, but now that's fixed that. Hey, Nick. Cool. So it is detecting each tool correctly. So initialize. Once the tool detect tests, the part cooling fans turn on and off. The hot end heats up and the hot ends turn off. Once at temperature, the extruder motor moves. Part cooling fans. So let's go ahead and test tool 4, I guess. So we should get a part cooling fan here. Copy that. And the part cooling fan should turn on. Yep. Part cooling fans turn on. And if we set a temperature for extruder 4, which is on there right now, let's just set 50. The hot end fan turns on. So let's cool down, and that did turn on, and we can come down. T4 part fan. Turn that off. Okay. What's my day job? I manage an IT service and support group. Okay. I think we can just do this, right? T3 turns on. T2, T1, T0. Can you print the dragon from the U1 demo? Sure. Remind me. Shoe came untied. Hold on. Okay. So are all of these running? That's running. That's running. Okay. All the part cooling fans are turning on. Just turn all these off. And let's just get a heat them all up. They are all heating up. Let me make sure. Yep. They are all. Hey, Killer Prince. Okay, so all fans, all tools are responding as expected. All things are heating up. The hot end heats up and the hot end fan turns on. We did that. Once at temperature, the extruder motor moves. And finally turn the hot end off. Okay. Watching Steve's streams, but my own printers tend to not get finished as there's no time left. The non-PWM part cooling fans in it. Yep, I ran into that too, Kyle. Okay, if any of these steps fails, the issue could be either hardware or software related. I have not tried, so let's go ahead and let's pull this tool off and go back to T0. Now, does anything change with PID tuning on these? Okay. I think we already, oh, I didn't need to do that. I think we already verified that the, well, this is a new config, never mind. Let's verify that our stepper direction is correct. Have to manually enter them in config. Do you really though? Do you really? PID is the same, but I deleted it. Yeah, I did. Well, I didn't delete it. I just commented it out. We need to rerun them anyway. But shouldn't you be able to get it to save by simply... Shouldn't you be able to get them to save by simply adding in here? Here, let's go down here. Uncommenting this. And leaving, I mean, this can stay. It doesn't matter. But just having an extruder section here should save the PID values here. Right? I want to just try this real quick. Doesn't work because the extruder sections are not in printer config. Only sections in can save config. But you put a section there. Having a blank extruder section there, it doesn't have any values set. Those get set in the tool 0 piece. But I think if I ran a PID tune here now, let's see. Maybe, but I had to because I'm not running all the same tool head. It doesn't matter. You can have all of your tool 0 through tool whatever configs as long as you have an extruder section. So then I would add extruder 1, 2, 3, and 4 sections there, and it should save it, right? Documentation. I know config checks. Here we go. I know I just never remember the exact command here. So if we come back here and let's just try it. There's nothing wrong. We need to do this anyway. Let's just go 220. Sure. Thanks, Zigzag. So if I do that, I may have made you learn something. Fantastic. What you're suggesting should work. I don't do it just so that I can easily move tools around, comment out, comment in tools. Yeah. I'm going to do it because I'm not going to be changing stuff like that here. And most of the builders are going to be more like what my setup is. Hey, John, I'm doing well. So this is, if we go over here to dashboard, yeah, that's on the tool. It is heating up. I prefer 1 based enumeration since that's the way people count. I can see both sides. I just prefer the 0 index. because otherwise you're mixing it up in the within the config. Printer behind me says 0. It does. That's tool 0 on there. And the slicer is 1 going to be 1 or 2? I don't know. Doing its little thing. Okay, it just finished. So if I save this, save config section extruder option control conflicts with included value. One is 2 in the slicer. I think we need to do this. This isn't a big deal, but I think we do need to, for that to work, we need these to be down in the, or to be uncommented. And then it would comment them out and move them. So it needs to do it once to comment it out. So let's just set this up for the complete thing for here. This isn't gonna be extruder 1. Oops. Then we copy this and paste, and then we will just duplicate that across. One, 2, 3, and one more. That should work. Doing that right there should work. Lowest toolhead and 0 is any. I get it. Okay, so I'm gonna pull this off of here and we're gonna PID tune tool 2 while that one cools down. We're gonna PID tune tool 2 since that we lost those values now. Extruder 1. So that should now heat up extruder 1. Let's see if that fixes it. Having PID values in there makes sense that they need to be there, or they need to be commented out and in the saved variables section at the end. So starting with some values there that are uncommented should work. Let's test it. We're testing now. When we were working on icons, we realized that we had to manually put them in each toolheads folder or something. We'll find out. Let's see, what do we have here? Okay. Hey, John. How are you? Oh, did that finish? Yep. Looking forward to an index build. Save config. Control conflicts with included value. Okay. That's probably, and this is starting to get to the point. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's why. So I needed these to be commented out. We can't have two of them. So let's try this again. We'll iterate. In designing Klipper toolheads, you label them from 0 on the back of the printer and 1 on the front. So when you're working on Klipper. I didn't want to do that. I want to save, close. Let me go back here. Oops. Tools. So tool 0 here. This is all going to have to be done. So let's do this. Let's comment those out. Save, close. 1 I just did already. Yep. 4. It's because we have two instances of it. Yep. I'll have to do it in all. Close. Tool 3. Save, close. And tool 1 was already done. Tool 2 is the last one. Save, close. Let's go back to the dashboard. Extruder 0 we can go back to. That's one we really cared about. So let's grab extruder 0 and try this one more time. Why can't you calibrate it all at once? I don't really want it to sit there on the tool, on the dock doing this. I want it to be down in the printer. You're right. Firmware restart. Thanks for that reminder, JD. The calibration would have to be updated. The output doesn't say for what tool head. There. Back to console and extruder. Okay. Enter. So now we're going to do one more calibrate for extruder, and then we'll move on to the checks. Do. Pretty Musketeers. Hey Grant, welcome. Got a raid coming in. How was the discussion on Thingiverse and the My Mini Factory acquisition of such? See you in just a couple of weeks. Kenneth. The build is going good. We're doing configuration checks now. We are doing configuration checks now. Am I going to see you at Rocky Mountain, Grant? Is that safe to assume? I'll see you at Smurf, but am I also going to see you at Rocky Mountain? Bring something for the mystery pick. I am such a hot sauce wimp. I am such a hot sauce wimp. You'll be at Rocky Mountain. Awesome. If all goes well, we should do another belting session. Wonders for your 6 tool heads. Cool. Okay, that is done. Save config. Woohoo! Third iteration's a charm. Shonky Kong. So you either start packing now or the Thursday before flying out. Thursday before flying out. Okay, so that did, if we go back here and go to printer config, now we'll see that tool 0 or extruder 0 has the PID stuff tuned out, and we should see a extruder section down in the save variables. So that worked. Hey, Bob. So that worked. Having the control, a single instance of your control and PID configuration items in the printer config works. And that's what I have now. So it should work for the rest of them. But for right now, we're just going to go on to the next step in the validating. Okay. But part of that next step was, the whole reason we went down this PID tune path was we need to heat this thing back up and make sure the extruder is going in the right direction. Could have had it done 10 minutes ago. Yes, but we learned something, Nemi. But we learned something. Okay, let's fix my tripod here. Get this thing down closer. Hey Grant, are you still here? You see this? You like cats. Check it out. It's a tessellated cat quilt. You kind of see it in between there. Oh. It is amazing. Okay, let's zoom in there. We can see the little red mark on the extruder. So this thing, if it's in the right direction, it should go clockwise. Its first move should be clockwise. So if we do a stepper buzz, stepper equals extruder. Oh, I guess I didn't need to heat it up to do this. I didn't need to heat it up to do this. Oh, it's the wrong way. So it's backwards. First move should be in the positive direction, which should have been clockwise. And I'm pretty sure that was counterclockwise. Since we should be able to do an extrude move. So let's do a slow extrude move. Yep. It is going in the opposite direction. So. Ready for Smurf. Oh, anti-clockwise. Sorry. It is going anti-clockwise and it should be going clockwise. Thought I was clever in putting that mark on my extruder. Maybe you suggested it to me, Neil. You ever think of that? When we did it the first time. Gotta rewire the motor. So that is going in the wrong direction. So let's go over here and we'll have to change this in all of the tool configs. So let's just go tool 0 and right here, direction. Direction pin just needs to be inverted. So exclamation point. Does it go there or before the GPIO 24? Does it matter? Let's save and restart. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, so I want to do a full, so let's keep that heated up. Let's do another extrude move, and that thing should move clockwise now. Yep, there we go. Hey Adam, thanks for being a member. Did you do Nemi's dock and mod with the extra magnets on the front? Yep, I did. Okay, so that is moving in the correct direction now. So now we just need to go into, before we forget, and do this for T1 through 4. So direction pin, invert it, save. Do you put a white mark on your fan so you can easily see if they're spinning? No, because I can see and hear them. T2. And I don't want to unbalance them. Fans spin fast. That ink is heavy. And then T3. And T4. Draft shift team is super helpful. Yes, I'm not going to name names because I'm going to forget someone, but we have a lot of the draft shift team in the chat right now, and they have been phenomenal. This has been a pleasure to work with on this build. Okay, so all of those are changed. Let's go ahead and do a firmware restart. Back to validation. Which power supply unit did I install? I'm using 2 of the Meanwhile UHP power supplies. I'm using a UHP 200 watt 48 volt for the Z steppers. And I'm using the UHP 350 watt 24 volt for everything else. Hey, Kiwi Dave. Okay. Tool detection and homing. Check that the tool detection is working by running initialize tool changer with and without the tool on the shuttle. You should get confirmation. We did that and we went through each tool to make sure they were coming up correctly. With the tool on the shuttle, home the y-axis by running G28Y. So let me just move this thing into the middle there. So I'm going to run out a little bit so you can see the whole thing. Just an FYI, this was in a previous stream, but we installed this modified end stop housing by Nemi. It has a micro switch here that the gantry extrusion, I modified his design though a little bit, and I think they're posted out there. And then there's a mod on the tool on the carriage that has a little screw sticking out that hits an X end stop on the side here. So I'm going to run a G28Y right now because G28Y. Awesome. Now we're going to do a G28X. I like this green too. There we go. Hey, Holtz. Okay, so that is done. It homes with the tool. Run G28X, run G28Z. Okay, So here is my strategy for first home on anything is you never let it actually home against the bed. So you never actually let it home against the bed. You trigger your whatever mechanism you have in some way above the bed for your first home to make sure that things are working correctly. So here I'm simply going to put my hand in the way on the edges so I can pull away if it doesn't work and trigger the tap mechanism manually. So I'm doing G28Z and now I'm just pulling up on the tool and that homed. So now I can be confident that the next home is going to not crash the thing. So these epoxy hurts less. Well, I've got my hands off to the side, so it's not, if I put my whole hand just under the thing like this, that'd be a bad idea. But lifting it up by the fan ducts here, I feel is pretty safe. Justin Thursday, the extrusion slot covers that I'm using are from Open Builds, who have gone out of business. I have extras. Misumi carries what I think is basically the same product in the same colors. But I have not bought the Misumi stuff yet. Don't eat the hot end also, yeah. Okay. What tool head is that? That's the ant head. Next. So now it's success. At this point, the printer should be homed and everything is running as intended. If you have any issues initializing or homing, software troubleshooting. So back plate break-in. What am I using for bed leveling? The built-in tap. So this will be the built-in tap on the carriage. So we're up to 300 people, not quite to 50% likes. We are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament in 50 minutes. Okay. Because the StealthChanger's action relies on a precisely fitted pins and bushings, it's a good idea to operate the mechanism repeatedly to allow the components to seat properly. This break-in process should be performed for every tool. This method only works for tap probing. Heat sink your bed. Run G28, run quad gantry level, run G28Z, and then 100 probe accuracy samples. So let's do this because I don't know, I think we've done this before, but we should be able to now QGL. Should be able to up this QGL speed. Let's see what it's set to right now. Won't change in the toolhead, introduce a shift in the gantry. Changing the toolhead. So what you care about with the tool changer is the precise location of the tip of the nozzle, right? You are not going to be able to build a printer that every tip of the nozzle is in exactly the same location. It's just not going to happen. There's going to be some offset of those nozzle tips from each other. And that's where things like the Ember Prototypes camera or the Sex Ball or other calibration methods come in. So you calibrate and you set up in your macros and in the software the offset of each tool from your reference tool, which is tool 0 usually. So you position basically the nozzle tip of tool 0 in X, Y, and Z, a known X, Y, and Z, and then you move the next tool to that same location, and the amount that is off is your offsets. So with that set, then when you change tools, the software will apply those offsets so that your actual print location is in the same spot for each tool. Why is this taking so long? What is this? I haven't actually looked at the numbers. Oh, it's... There we are. It just needed it. Okay, so that is there. We go back. Home all does Y first, which was important. And that speed, I forgot to go and look up the speeds, but homing and QGL speeds can be increased. And then the documentation said to run a probe accuracy samples 100. Let's see how long this takes. Okay, so while that's sitting there doing that, it's just going to be bouncing there for a little bit. Let's go here and see what the next steps are. If you experience failure during this step or you feel the actuator is not as good as it should be, consult the hardware troubleshooting section. So right now we're just seeding it in. Hey, John. From our unreliable source that the chances of winning in the giveaway increase when you give a like. Is it true? It could be true. It's possible. Okay, so that's doing that. Probe offset. Before being able to print, it is necessary to calibrate your probe offset. This procedure differs depending on whether you're using opto-tap sensor or an eddy mount or an eddy current sensor for probing. So tap, Z offset needs to be calibrated. Ensure that your tool probe section Z offset variable is set to 0. Are the giveaways US only? No, filament giveaway is worldwide. Filament giveaway is worldwide. Occasionally, I have different giveaways on these streams, and those can vary depending on the person or entity that's giving the thing away. But for filament, it is worldwide. Okay, we want to make sure that our Z offsets and the tool probes are all 0, and I'm guessing that they probably are. So while that's still running that, let's go to our tool changer and tools. Let's just start with T0 and tool probe. Oh, that just finished. So that wasn't too bad. Tool probe. Z offset is 0. So we are going to leave that. Is that oh, that's so. Is this because it's a Klipper tool changer section and whatever? Why is that equal instead of a colon? Why is that? It's correct in all the documentation. I'm just curious why. Why is that different from other configuration options in this section? But we've confirmed what we need to confirm is it's set to 0 right now, which it should be. Sure, the tool pro it's a mistake, still works though. Okay. We will leave it. Is this something, if it's a mistake, is it going to be fixed? So would it be better if I replace that with a colon, would it still work? And is that something that will eventually be fixed and need to be changed to a colon anyway? Yes, it will be fixed. Okay, so I am going to fix that right now. Just confirm this all works if we do that. Oops, colon. There we go. So let's save and restart. Okay, so we didn't get any errors from doing that. Let's go ahead and change homing and QGL speed. Is it a little painful? Let's go. What is our homing speed here? 25. I don't know. I'm guessing that let's go 80. That's what we did on the, not 180. What, so Nemi, what do you expect? Will 100 work with this end stop setup? I'm gonna set this to 80 right now, but. And then QGL. Was QGL in here or did that get, it should be in here. That didn't get replaced, right? 100 will be fine, okay. Hey, Bearded Bucket. Where was the Q? Here it is. Speed was 100 on that. 200? Let's see what it does. Hey, Garrett. Welcome. I hear there's a Smurf 26 discount code on your store right now for the hot seat. Is that right? Okay, let's come back up here and let's change this to 100. First print on a new Trident, awesome. Okay, save and restart. Let's see how this does. Let's go here. Something to note, it's important to get your homing right before you calibrate docking. The docking is heavily reliant on the homing being consistent. Yep. So let's see how this behaves with those 100 millimeters per second homing speed and 200 millimeters per second QGL. So let's home all. That seemed fine. Hey, Sam. And then QGL. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Oh. Nope, one more. There we go. Okay, and then one more home. Do you run the LS test speed to see what speeds and excels your printer can handle without losing a step? I should, but I never remember to do any of that. And it's been single tap YOLO since building the printer. Okay. Probe offset before being able to print. Let's set a preliminary probe offset, but I need to heat up the bed for the... Will that matter? No, I don't. It should be fine. Probe offset should be fine. Never mind. Since it's direct probing. My favorite hot sauce is Pueblo Red. Pueblo Red. SV 2.1 is weird. Hey, Max. Welcome. Apply it to QGL, etc. to robustly speed things up. Yeah. Okay. The offset, quad gantry level, probe calibrate. Let's run a probe calibrate. Grab my not quite perfect, but close enough calibration sheet. Okay, let's see. Oh, hold on. Hold on, we can't do this yet. I just noticed I've got, so a large reason probably why this has taken a couple extra runs around the laps around the bed is there's a pretty sizable hard filament blob on the end of that nozzle. So I need to abort this and let's heat up the tool head to soft enough that I can peel that off of there. Amateur, I know. Whatever. What's your favorite solution from the PTFE rubbing on the ceiling glass for tridents? To start with existing parts, my 45-degree inlet for the trident. And then it's just a matter of making sure the PTFE is twisted in the right direction. You know what's kind of neat is I can clean it off that way. Okay, it's all clean. There we go. I'm gonna move that out of the way for a moment. This is this old printer channel now. Well, we got this old printer is right there. Right next to it. New hotness. Old and cranky. Okay. Let's see here. Let's just because I move things around, let's do another home all. Oh, actually we need to probably do a quick QGL. Let's get this out of the way. Let's see how the QGL goes. Where are we at now? Hey, Philip. Because it's going around again anyway. I would imagine this will probably get more consistent as the carriage breaks in. Hey, Phil. There we go. All. What are we doing today? We are going through first flight checks on the StealthChanger setup. QGL tolerance is 0.0075. Okay, now we can do our probe calibrate. There we go. And let's see. I'll go right there. Accept. And this one is probably going to, this is probably going to error as well. So I'm going to copy this because that's going to need to be, it's behind chat, but I'm copying the Z offset equals minus 1.059. But if I save this config, it's probably gonna, oh, it did. It actually saved that. Where is it gonna save that? Cannot update config as it is shut down. Firmware restart. Hey, Tom. So we should be able to go here and let's see what tool changer, tools, tool 0. Down here, Z offset. Yep. So this needs to be here. Yep. That. Now we should be able to have a config, I would imagine, but I'm not sure because some of this is Klipper tool changer stuff. So I'm not sure that this would work the same way with the other sections in the main config. So we're just going to paste that in. So let's save and restart that. Okay, so now the next thing in documentations, because save config, because Klipper tool changer easy reroutes probe to each tool object. When you run save config, it saves the values to probe. Having a probe section in your config while also having tool probe will cause issues with Klipper. Save config should be avoided. I got sent some screenshots of Boxstorl AFC software running on a StealthChanger. You can go way more. Nice. I think it saves in printer config as probe. Might want to check. Yes, I will check. But I'm pretty sure I removed the probe section altogether in there, so it shouldn't have done it. If you do save the values, we'll need to move the offset from the bottom of printer config to your tools tool probe section. So let's see if it did anything there. It didn't error out immediately, so it might have done something. All the way to the bottom. Yep, it did. it did put it in there. But why? I don't have a probe. There. I don't have a probe section. Yeah, I commented all that out. So I don't know why it put it back in there. Okay, so that's something. Pay attention. It is documented here. So make sure you delete that out of there. Okay. Save and restart. Hey, Scott. Okay. First print. So we're ready to print with tool 0. L6 extruder calibration guide. Run a print as you would for any standard printer. First print, as long as the tool is in the shuttle, the printer will behave as any other tap-based printer. I guess we can throw, I guess I said we weren't going to print today. I kind of had, my mindset was we're not going to do a tool changing print. We could throw a quick print at this. Yeah, getting a single tool printing is much the same as any other printer. We shouldn't bother ourselves with any tool offsets or park positions yet. So I'm not gonna do this single tool print. I recommend that you do, if you're, especially if you're building a fresh printer. Once we get things set up, we may do a quick thing with a single tool, but let's go on to adding tools here. Don't throw a print out, a waste of a printer. It's true. Very true. Okay, that is all of that. One thing we can probably do, because I need to do it, is PID tune the bed. I should have one of these up here. Bed, heater bed, and we'll just do a 60C PID tune just to make sure things are working. Heater bed is heating up. Okay, so that's going to do that while we go through the other setup stuff. It is actually heating up, so okay. Let's go to adding tools. Adding additional tool configurations works much like setting up T0. Simply create a new tool configuration file and populate it with the necessary values. If your tools share similar hardware, you can save time by copying an existing tool configure and renaming it. Klipper toolchanger easy requires the tools be numbered sequentially. If you only have T0, your next tool config must be T1. Following items need to be incremented. So these are all the things I went in and changed when I was creating the other config files. MCU extruder, TMC, all those. They will also need to be incremented. Calibrated values. If you copied a previous tool's config, all calibrated values are for the previous tool. They will need to be recalibrated, so PID tune and all the offsets. Simpler, quicker, easy makes adding more tools and getting them to work with Klipper. Rather simple process. At this point, the tools should show up in the UI. You should be able to control your heaters, fans, and so on. Go through the pre-launch steps again for each additional tool. All tool offsets are calibrated relative to T0. Setting probe offsets for tools other than T0 is generally only useful if you need to home using that specific tool. However, even if another tool is used for homing, it is required to home using T0 again before starting a print to ensure consistent alignment and accuracy. Got it. Recalibrated? Does it say that somewhere? Did we find a typo? Oh yeah, there. Good job. There's a note for you. You can celebrate. You can re-celebrate. Okay, calibration. Is that what I want? Ah, yeah. Is that right? So we were in software still, right? That's where we were before. We were in software, yeah. So adding tools, updating. I want to go through the rest of these. Gives me a new idea for a sauce, celebration sauce. There you go. You're using the Moonraker config, updating. So that's just with that. A manual update, uninstall. Slicers we'll get into later. So I think we just go to calibration. Hey, Jeff. Someone else ever kill? I'm sure someone has. Okay, calibration overview. StealthChanger calibration consists of 3 primary stages: probe offset, dock positions, and G-code offsets. Tap. So there's eddy current probes and tap. I'm using tap. Only home QGL mesh with tool 0. Homing with other tools should only be done in order to switch to tool 0, which then can be used to home again. So if you have the wrong tool on there, will it just automatically home and then grab tool 0? Probe offset. Probe offset refers to the tool probe parameter in Z offset, which we did for tool 0. Between the probe's trigger pointer and the nozzle tip, allowing Klipper to accurately determine the true Z0. I'm building all my tools from the same hardware. And this is what I was talking about. There's no way that you can make these identical. So no, it won't automatically home and then grab the next one. Got it. Each tool may require a unique Z offset. It will not automatically switch to T0. Okay. Accurate Z offset values ensure consistent and reliable first layer performance across all tools. Yep, this is critical. Dock position refers to the tool TN parameters, parameters park Y, and parameters park Z. These values tell the printer the precise coordinates required to pick up or return a tool. Each tool requires its own dock position because the docks are mounted at different locations along the front of the printer, and small variations in mounting or alignment can cause the shuttle to miss the tool or collide with the dock. This is true. Dock positions are accurately calibrated, tool changes are consistent, repeatable, and free from collisions. Before setting dock positions, it is strongly recommended you calibrate your printer's 0 point. Dock positions are defined relative to absolute 0. If the printer's 0 point changes, the dock positions will shift. So this is a good point. I should make sure that I'm in a spot here where 0, 0 is where I want it to be. So let's find out. So we need to go back and home all. We'll have to redo all of these locations if I don't set a proper 0 position for this. So in order to do that, we need everything to be aligned with a home, a QGL. Where are we at on the... Yep, one more. Your thoughts on the shuttle backplate system? I find it very sturdy, stiff, and accurate. It seems, I mean, there's no play that I noticed when building it. I mean, you dial out any, with the magnet positions, or the screws that go into the magnet. You dial any of that out. That is a bright green, isn't it? This is a 3DO Ratrig green glass fiber ASA. There we go. Okay, now we home again. Okay, so now we're gonna move. Let's just make sure that things aren't going to skip. So let's go to X1. Okay. X0. Yep, that did fine. And Y1. Oops, that was Z. Y1. Okay. Y0. Okay, nothing skipped. Yeah, Conic Fab. Thanks for being a member. Which display is used on the printer? That's a Big Tree Tech 4.3-inch DSi touchscreen. That's not. That's Ratrig green. Okay, where's a little... I like to use my little... probably generic fake Mitutoyo ruler here. Just gonna see where we're at. Feel like we need a little extra in X because we're a couple, probably 3 or 4 millimeters in on X. And we are probably 2 or 3, or actually we're right on 0 for Y. Maybe it's hard to get a good eye on it. No, I think we're right on 0 for Y. Dude, you stole my chair. Okay. So we are a little over, further than I want to be for X0. That means that if I go to X300, I bet you I'm over the edge of, or right on the edge of the bed, because this is probably a 305 millimeter, a 304 whatever millimeter bed. If I go 300, probably over the edge. Or I'm right on the edge. So I really want that to be a little inboard, because this whole, the whole width is, what was that? Yeah, 305. So I'll probably move that over 2 millimeters. This is true, Bearded Bucket. Thanks for being a member. So this is all stuff that's worth doing right now, because it's going to impact every coordinate that we use for this setup. So we're going to go into our printer config. Ricky, thanks for the gift of memberships. Go down to X, and our position end stop is 300 right now, but really if I want to shift the 0 position over by let's say 2 millimeters is probably enough, then I need to change this to 302, and position max is 302. Thank you, Andrew, for the super chat for the cat seat fund. Now, stepper Y, we already figured this out, I think. Our position min, I think we can go back. Let's see what happens. I'm saying that I should be able to move 10 millimeters in the negative direction. Let's see if that's accurate. So let's save and restart. Mount the calibration probe in case you need to move the bed. Yeah, that's a good point. You're talking about this guy? I need to build it first. What was that? What was that, Oscar? I don't know what's going on. I hear something. Okay. Sorry, distractions. Home all. Oh, let's see how this does. Oh, okay. That did fine. That was basically at max, near max Y. So now if we go to X0, it should be closer to the edge over here than I was before. Yes, by 2 millimeters. And X300. I am inboard about the same as on the other side. So that's good. I'm happy with that. So X, my position, I'm happy with. Let's go to 150. And now we're going to go to Y0. Does YouTube let me say sex ball? Yes. Do the skirts and other exterior panel holders on this printer have fuzzy skin? Is that the camera making it look like they do? It is a glass fiber filled filament, so there is a texture. I can't actually see because of the tab here on the bed. So let's move this over to say 200. And how's it going, Ethan? Is that far enough over? 210. Okay, so now this is right there. It is right on the center of the, I'd actually probably rather that be a little inboard, but let's see if we can move back. Let me look over here. Do we have 10 millimeters of travel here? We don't have 10, but we probably have 9. Probably have 9. So let's go -8 and see where we're at. Okay. And that gives us a lot of room here. What is that? Hold on a second. I gotta look outside, see if something's going on outside. I don't know what that is. There's a kind of a vibrating noise that's happened a few times, and I have no idea what it is. Hey, Troy. Okay, so this moves to -8 just fine if we're going to install this guy, because I think the thing I was working on is I wanted to put this on the front of the printer, and actually I might put it over here, I think, because my eventual goal, I want to put some underbed fans in the middle here, I think, rather than on the sides. I think I want to put it here. So I don't want to necessarily put this sex ball mount in the way. So I think if I put it right here, and then let me see. This guy, we need to be able to reach all the parts on that. I think the smaller end, am I correct that the smaller end is probably going to be a better choice for this? Because there's two ends here, and I think the smaller end is going to be better for this. That just unthreads. And I think even with -8 as my over travel, it'll be fine. This comes in the kit, Joel. So we are going to be trying multiple solutions here. This is the new Ember Prototypes V2 camera and the sex ball, because this comes in the kit. So this guy, this is the perfect use of these thin pliers here. And then just a really gentle, smooth jaw pliers here to just kind of tighten this on here. Oh, well, that didn't tighten at all. I'm trying to be extra gentle with the smooth jaw pliers, though. Okay. I think that's okay. Even a little mark on the sides. We're mostly going to be probing above the center line here. I think you have to probe above the center line for this to work. This guy goes in here. This guy needs 2 of these. Before we do that, I need to press this brass. It's brass with some graphite plugs for low friction. That needs to press into there. So let's pull this off. Let's grab the larger Knipex pliers. You can use a vise or this. Okay, so now I'm going to be very gentle. Make sure I get everything lined up. So making sure this goes in straight. So very low pressure on that. Make sure the jaws across, supported on the bottom, and then supported on the top, and then centered on the jaws. And that should give that the best chance of going in perfectly straight. All as far as that goes, it looks like it. That's supposed to stick up a little bit. I think so. Yep, that's as far as it goes in. And this guy goes on here. Let's go in there. And this is definitely a only Ugga, no Dugga. You don't want to strip those little screws in here out. There we go. this guy just sits on there. Now, this is definitely one of those things you got to pull this out if you want to turn your printer over. StealthChanger is a printer that you don't necessarily want to turn over anyway. So, not really easy to do. But, oops. That should do there. Now, if we come on here a little bit, this will set I'll set as close as we can get without touching the bed. And then does 8 millimeters of travel give me enough room to hit the other side of that? And I think so. How big a diameter is this thing? It's just it's an 8 millimeter. So 8 millimeters lets me get the nozzle to the far side of this, and I don't have to actually go all the way to the side because we're going to be triggering this somewhere on the upper hemisphere here. It's giveaway time. Thanks, Bill. So all of that I think is fine. So there's an 8 and 12 millimeter ball. The 12 wouldn't work for me. Okay, filament giveaway time. Let's do it. Let's do it. Link is in the pin post and the description. Let me get things open here. I'm prepped, but I don't have them actually open. Let me open my email. Let's delete the "You're live now" email. Is there a reason to use the ball version instead of the flat version of the chart? Well, this is used for X, Y, and Z offset calibration, Stephen. This is X, Y, and Z. It's one method to do that. We're going to be demonstrating multiple methods of doing this. Got that open, and then forms. Let's go here and giveaway. Forms. This is Polymaker Filament giveaway number 209. 209. How are we doing on likes? Did we hit 200 likes? We did. We did actually hit 200 likes and 360 people. Holy moly. Okay. Let's see here. How many times am I going to, the maximum number of times that I am going to restart the countdown is, this thing is weighted because it keeps giving me the logo. There we go, 3 times. Maximum number is 3 times. Maximum number, I am going to restart the countdown is 3 times once I start. 256 right now. That's a nice number. Okay. 3. Get your entries in. Pin post in the description. I'm counting down. 2. Seriously think about trying again. You should. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but you should try again. Okay, first restart. 3. 3, 2, 3. This is the final countdown. I'm not restarting anymore. 2, 1. Get them in, and we're done. Yeah, a couple people got in there at the last second. Okay, create that. GJ. A very frequent first entry. And who got in there just barely in the end was Jim Barino. Copy that. Paste that. We are, let's see if that's correct. That is a frightening number. We are 13 days, is that right? We are 13 days away from the San J. Mortimer Rep Rap Festival. We have earned almost $6,500 in raffle tickets for this printer. Not the StealthChanger, for the Voron 2 Serial 0. So number between 1 and 13. Number between 1 and 13. So there, the raffle link is in the description as well. For anybody who wants a chance to win that Voron 2 Serial 0, right here. Raffle link is there. Mike's Keezy, you said 3. We're going to do 3. 1, 2, 3, and spin. Polymaker Filament. Got to be here to win. If your name is drawn, say something in chat. Who do we got? Queasy Diver. Queasy Diver, I've seen your name in chat today. Are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something. Will you say something before I actually get the timer started? Queasy Diver, you have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Are you here? Congrats. Queasy Diver. That's got to be awkward. To get queasy while you're diving? Queasy Diver, are you here? Unless they want to be a Polar Tip member. I know, I've seen them. Roll dice on how many minutes you'll get to respond. Oh, well. That could add up, though. 3 minutes is a long time. There you are. Congrats. Let's see here. There's a wild story behind the name. Oh, yeah? Let's get this in here and get the email. Don't knock it. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Okay, Queasy Diver, an email is on the way. If you don't get it in the next few minutes, shoot me a DM and we'll figure out why. Sometimes people are in traffic listening. I have to pull over to reply. I can see that. Awesome. Congrats, Queasy Diver. Oh, time's up. Close that. Clear this out. Unpin the post. And edit the description. And save. There we are. We are all set. Hi, Sicarius. Okay, what are we? So now we're back to, we figured out that we will have enough room to hit the sex bolt. I've got easily 9 millimeters of negative Y travel on here. I do want to change it a little bit though. I want Y0 right now. So let me walk through this. Y0 right now is right on the edge of the bed. I want it to be like 2 millimeters in on the bed. So we need to go in and get Queasy on dive boat. So well, there you go. as long as it's pre-dive and not during dive. So I want to shift things around a little bit. I want to go to printer config and I want to set my Y to Right now it's 300. Means my end stop is at actually 300. Now we shifted the bed around to make this work in an earlier stream. But I want this to be, oh, it needs to be 3. How is that? I guess that's where I want it to be. I would have to shift the bed 2 millimeters forward to do what I want to do, but then I wouldn't be able to actually hit what I want to hit. So my actual print area is just at or barely under 300 for Y. I'm going to leave it as it is. I'm going to leave it as it is. That'll give me the room to hit this end stop and basically get 300. If I'm actually printing on the front edge of the bed, then so be it. But I think we're okay with how it is. Okay. So now 0, 0 is where we want it to be for the build. So G code, so each tool requires its own dock position. Before setting dock positions, it's strongly recommended calibrate your printer's 0 point. And that's what I was just doing, and making decisions and compromises based on the equipment that I have and what I want to do with it. G code offsets refer to the tool parameters. These values determine the difference in the nozzle's position for each tool when it's on the shuttle relative to T0. So that's fine. And G code offset calibration methods. So you have manual, sex ball probe, axis scope, which was mentioned earlier in the stream, nudge, TAMV, and nozzle align. Axis scope uses a camera like the, I think the, Phil was saying that that camera will work. Okay, so now probe offset. Before being able to print, it is necessary to calibrate your probe offsets. This procedure differs depending on whether you are using the OptoTap sensor or an eddy. We did this. So we did probe calibrate. That is set. Because reroutes probe to each tool object when you, oh, that's the save config thing. So dock positions. Here's the big one. Okay. This is where it is set. It is set in the tool, on the tool config and the tool T whatever section. The absolute X position of the tool in its dock. Then the absolute Y position of the tool in its dock. And the absolute Z position where the tool and shuttle mate in the dock. Determine when the tap or Z probe triggers. Okay. How to find the dock positions. Follow this guide to accurately locate each tool's dock and set the correct parameters in your tool configuration. Increase speed only after confirming clearances. Yes, we don't want to cause any damage here. With T0 mounted on the printer, run it. So we're gonna home QGL, then home again. Or G28Z anyway. So we are going to, let's see, I think we're going to want to be probably about there. So we are going to home all. QGL. There we go. Almost forgot I have a cat cam. Haven't had to use it in a long time. They haven't stuck in one place for long enough. Stretch. Something like that. 2. This is Oscar, and Felix is, so in the blanket here, whatever, the blanket there is, I have an orange and black cat, so Oscar, obviously, and Felix. Okay, so that is done, and then home Z. Okay, so adjusting the tool's resting position in the dock. Ensure the dock's back plate is loosened and lowered to its lowest position. Okay, so let me grab a tool here, and I'm not sure how to demonstrate this, but each of these tools has a back plate on it. And there we go. So now that's all at its lowest position. And ensure the manual controls carefully move tool 0 in, or using manual controls, carefully move tool 0 into its dock. We'll need a StealthChanger cam so we can see what you're printing with it in future streams. Just like the cat cam. Funny. Okay. Align the feet of the tool's back plate with the rear of the dock. Okay, so we need to, using Klipper controls, or mainsail controls, we're going to go up. Just double checking I am clear everything. I'm just going 25 millimeters at a time, apparently. Probably going to need another. Oh, so Z, it's near Z max. Here, let's move it X over. One more? Nope. I think it was at near X0. Okay, and then Z, what is my max? What is my max Z here? Is it, can I go 270? Yes. Okay, now Y. Watching someone making his own multi-tool head printer. So curious, you are watching me build a design for a modification to a Voron. Let's see if we can get a better look here. To a Voron printer to add tool changing capability. That's probably. Tool head in the dock and bring the shuttle to it. Oh, probably. I don't doubt that. Okay, so get this thing here. That is definitely not high enough. Okay, so can we go to 280? Yes. That's not quite high enough. What is our max? Where can I buy a stock Voron? You can buy a kit. Even those aren't usually stock. Okay, I want to check real quick to see what I set to my max Z in printer config. Z max is 280. Z max is 280. That's where I'm at right now. And that is not high enough, I don't think. That is not high enough. I've got another. So if I look at my max Z, I'm gonna have to redo this because I'm gonna have to restart Klipper. But I'm at the max height now and it's not high enough. This is showing that I have another of rail distance. I have another 18 millimeters that this could go up. And that's with about a millimeter of leeway there. So I am going to change my config. I am going to need to change my config because right now we're at Z280. And if I try to go even 1 millimeter higher, I get a move out of range error. So, and it needs to go higher. I can see that it's going to collide where it's at right now. I think we set most of this. Oh, I can see that, Nemi. Let's move this down. Lower toolhead before restarting, yep. So now we're gonna go in here and I don't have quite 300 I can go to. I think I'll be fine at like 295. See you, John. You have enough space to pick a toolhead back up? With the configuration it is now, no, that's why we're changing it. So we need to go in here and we need to go to the Stepper Z 280 is the max. I'm going to change this. I think with 295, I'll have plenty of room. I just like round numbers. I'm never going to have to print any higher than that. So let's save and restart. And now it means we have to go back and do the whole home. Home QGL, home Z. And let's see, QGL. Klipper needed to restart to change Z max. Mm-hmm. You're going to do TMC auto tune on this guy? Probably. Is that recommended, draft shift folks? I imagine it probably is. I'm getting a lot of slop by chance. Is it possible? Yeah, we can. You can see the actual values going through. QGL. As this goes through a few of these, I'll probably go in and check all of my belt tensions and make sure everything's consistent. That could improve the number of times that this needs to go through to to level. TMC Auto Tune is a plugin, Caleb, that sets the obscure and mostly not hidden, but the registers in the TMC drivers to match the specs on specific match the spec on for specific steppers. Okay, so that's that. And then Home Z. Okay, now we're gonna go right to 290. And we're gonna go basically to X0. Now I'm gonna eyeball this. See that, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got plenty of space now. So let's move Y. Ooh. Okay, that's putting it right. I definitely have space to get in there. So let's bump this by 1 millimeter. I'm actually going to switch over to doing this on the touch screen here so I can watch it a little closer. Go 5 millimeters. Y. Another 5. Yeah, I think I have one more 5. Yep. So then bump this down to 1. So X, let's do X. Let's go 1, 2. Looks like 2 and X is pretty darn centered in the dock. So X2. And then see if I can get a view on this. Oh, it looks like I'm right on. I think I'm right on the docks. Let's go Y minus 1. No, plus 1. It might have been, yeah. I think right there is probably good. I think I was 1 millimeter too far, actually. They look like they're nearly or basically touching. Now Z minus Z. So what is that doing? Okay. That's 1. That's 1. Okay, so let's go 0.5. That's pretty much setting there. Now I need to move it down until the tap board triggers, right? Is that according to this? Lower the gantry and the tools pin started lifting off the shuttle's bushing. Where was that? I thought that I saw lower the gantry until the tools pins start lifting out of the shuttle's bushings. You can't see that. So I think the tap light is the indicator for that, right? Then add 1 millimeter to the Z height to its lowest position. So manual controls. You can use the light, the dark position. Okay. So we should be able to see. I'm gonna move this. Go one more. Z minus. There. So let's go Z plus. Yep, there it is. So, right. What is that? Ah, there it is. There's a little bit of shift there. Yeah, that's interesting. Every time I do it, it changes. Oh no, I did it wrong. Get it back to triggering. There we are. Wow. There, that's interesting. Maybe there's a settling point there, but right there should be close enough. We can't really get a front view. I have to move things around. This ends up being so tall that if I'm putting it here, it's just completely blocking all my views of my screens. What I needed to do is put the Lazy Susan over here, and I'll do that for the next one. Okay, so that is in its position. If we look here, this is our, why is it 0.2? Basically Y0 is where it is. And I bet you Y0 would work just fine. Z284 and X2. So where do we go from there? Prepare the printer, adjust the tool's resting position in the dock, find the actual pickup position. Adjust until it touches the feet of the tool's back plate. Over the gantry until the tool's pins start lifting out of, adjust the dock's back plate until it touches the feet of the tool's back plate. What does that mean? Okay, I guess that's what that means. That is there. Let me tighten these down. Okay, that is done. Lisa Gotti. Came for the cat cam, might stay for the build. Funny. Z doesn't need to be as accurate as X and Y. We actually add a little bit of extra to the value to ensure it triggers. Okay. So I adjusted the back plate, find the actual pickup position, redo step 1, home QGL, home Z again, manually position the tool being calibrated into the dock by hand. So I need to, where do I put these? Do I just write these values down? What do I do with these values for this? Because now it's wanting me to take it out of there, right? Insert your recorded values into the... Tool configs will have your dock positions. Just write them down and end up putting them in your config file. I get that. I'm just trying to figure out. So if I do this and I just snip this, just grab that. That's off to the side now. The first step was setting the tool to sit in the dock properly. No positions were supposed to be recorded in the first step. Oh. So what is the difference there between me just settling these against the magnets and setting the backplate position, which I've kind of already done? Is there any real difference there between going through all that? And so if I come around here and loosen this, And kind of let that, because especially with your mod there, with the front magnets, it's pretty solid. Just kind of go through and set all of these. Kind of wiggle them into position and then put them, tighten up this back plate. Is there any real difference there? Make sure it's seated on the magnets. Okay. Some that have board as MCU temp readouts, maybe driver as well. It has the MCU, but not driver, because it's 2209s. The magnets make it too easy. This guide assumes they are not there. I get it. Okay. So the mods I'm using for the magnets and stuff, links are in the description. It's possible the tool may not be 100% parallel to the shuttle. Okay. Let me see here. So now I need to get it out of here. And moved. So let's go Z. Just go one more, just to make sure. And then, okay, it's moving it out of there. And then bring Z down. Probably missed adding that into the config. No temps showing. Correct. I haven't put in the toolhead board temps into the config. It's not in the example configs, and I'm using the example configs. Okay, so now we are going to do a quick home all. I'm going to assume QGL is fine. That's what this is saying here. So now redo step 1, home QGL, home Z again. Manually position the tool being calibrated into the dock by hand, and then jog the shuttle underneath the tool. If you put the toolhead board temps in the graph gets really messy. It does. It really does. Okay, so that is homed. I haven't changed QGL. I'm gonna leave it just because it takes a little bit. We're just gonna home. I don't know why I home Z again. It didn't matter. Now we are going to take the tool off and put it in the dock where it settles. And now I am going to position at X2, Y, let's say 30. Let's go 100. Y 100. Oops. Oh, I guess I only get to do this 2. Z. What was my value before? 284. Let's go 280, because it's going to need to be lower. You could add it as a readout, but turn it off the graph. Okay. And then we're going to move this in, and I imagine we're moving this in to where it is at, basically, we're determining, what is that, 278? Is that where you think it's going to end up being? because we were at 284 before. Is it going to be 6 millimeters down? 278. And then Y, we're going to go to, I think 10 will be definitely far enough away from the thing. Let's watch. Yep, definitely far enough away. Let's see if I can get in there so you can see. Yeah, so here's the pin and here's the socket we're aiming for. Okay, back to the instructions here. Tool being calibrated into the dock by hand. Manually jog the shuttle underneath the tool. Jog upward in small increments, meshing the tool on the shuttle till the opto-tap sensor triggers. Record the XYZ positions where the opto-tap sensor triggers. Isn't that what we just did? Okay. Move back to here. And what are we? Y. 1 millimeter in Y. Is that moving? It's not. Why isn't it moving? What is the error I'm getting? Why is not moving? Oh, it is. Okay. I just wasn't hearing it. So it should be, yeah, should be right at Y0. We're at Y3 right now. You guys actually, oh, here. Okay, here we go. Getting even closer in there. So that should be right under it, but it's not. So we need to go another. It's not centered. I know you're seeing a lot of the back of my head. But I feel like something's moving and it's not really centered yet. If I go -1 more, what happens? Oh, okay. It didn't move. Okay, I think we're okay. Let's go 1 more. I think right there. So it's Y -3 is where it's, the pins are underneath the sockets. So now my X, look at it from the back side here. I think that's all correct. X2 seems to still be accurate. It's really hard to see. Now we're going to move it up in Z to grab it until the light turns red, right? So we're going to go up. One, two, three, 4. A little ways to go, I think. now we're gonna reduce this. Just gonna go a little bit at a time. There it is. Good. That was in 0.1 increments, so we got to be really close there. Did the tool move when I did that, Nemi? I couldn't see. That's one problem with this, is you can't really see what's happening as you're moving it. At least with my setup. Were you watching? Did the tool move as I was doing it? Okay. So right there should be where it triggers. So record this. So this, let's see how close that was to what I had before. Y is very different, but 284.7 is a little different from the other. So let's grab these. These are what matter. So there's that. Have to go. See you, Neil. Okay. So according to this, now record, update the toolhead config. Insert your recorded values into params park X, park Y, and park Z. Adding 1 millimeter to Z. The parameters park Z value is the height where the backplate and shuttle fully mate and the tap sensor triggers. Increasing the recorded value by 1 millimeter will help ensure the sensor gets triggered and the tool is picked up correctly. Okay. So if we go here and go to machine and tool changer, tools, tool 0 is now under here, the param park X 2, param park Y is -3, and param park Z there we go is 285.7. With adding 1 to that. So let's save that. Can we do a, with just one tool, can we do a grab and go? Okay. Confirm a clean pickup. Redo step 1. Home QGL Home Z again. For safety, set the speed to 50% by running M220 S50 with your finger over the emergency stopper and T1. The tool change to tool 1 at half speed. Watch as tool 0 on the gantry gets dropped off and the tool 1 gets picked up. Okay, so let's set up the second tool. Let's set up the second tool. So let's go here. That is in place. So we need to move. Switch between them. You need additional config stuff to do it with only T0. I kind of figured, okay. Let's save that, but not restart. So we don't have to redo all the other stuff. Let's go back, and I want to move down to 278Z. That's what was clear. Okay. That is clear of the pins. So we can go. Now we're going to go X and move over to, we did not skip any steps or anything, so we should be able to get this here. Oops. Let's see where we're at. Y. Okay, so let's see where we're at. Another 10 millimeters. Okay. Wow. Getting a sight on this. Okay, X plus a couple of millimeters. I mean, getting really close just from a measurement. If I measure across this is right at 75. So it should be like 77. That just gets us in a ballpark. Yeah, and it's really close. I'm at 76 right now, and I think it could go 77. That's slightly off though, so maybe 76.5. Move it further back on Y so you can manually add to the next tool. It'll help with finding X, but that's theoretical. I'm just looking at this from straight on the back. It's actually 76. Okay. Were those parts? No, that's just how it prints. Okay, Y. Moving that in where we're at. It's really disconcerting not being able to see these. Well, I guess I can temporarily take this tool off and get a little better view. Yeah, there we go. That's much better. -1. -2. Let's go. That's pretty good. I don't know if it's the same. Yeah, there we go. X looks really good right there. I think X could go forward, could go over. Take off the adjacent tool so I can see in there. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. 76 point, I think going back to 76.5 now that it's closer. Perfect in Y. It's harder to see in X. Let's try. It should be 77. Let's see what 77 looks like. Oh, it shifted something. Why did it do that? There's nothing it hit. Yeah, there's nothing it hit. Okay. So now Z plus. See it. Okay, so I need to go up. I'll see it better on the screen. There we are, right there. So how does that compare? So how does that compare? 284.7, 77 minus 3 is the same. 284.5, 284.7. That's probably would get a somewhere within that 0.1 if I did it again, right? Okay. Let's put those into our config. T1 config. Favorite game while watching the stream today. Wait, what does that cable go to? Okay, T1. Park X is 77. Park Y is -3. And Park Z is 285.5, right? Is that what I had? Okay, let's save and restart. Oh, shoot. I didn't want to save and restart. That's okay. I'll move things around by hand then. Put these tools back in their place. Actually, tool 0 is going to go on there, but for right now, those guys back in their place. Move this down. Tool 0 on the thing. There. Let's just use all Y and Z the same, changing only X coordinate. Well, we want to check that because we have printed docs here, right? So you have all these printed docs and where they actually set in the way they're bolted together. They're multi-piece printed docs. So you really do need to check each one. You may end up with the same Z and Y coordinates on them, but it's best to check. You don't want a crash. Okay. So with that, those are changed. T0, let's just make sure that that's there. Yep. I did restart and let's home all. Okay, QGL. Is this something that needs to be calibrated again after so many hours? I think, I could be wrong, but I think it's possible, but you should be able to tell by maybe your tool changes start getting a little more noisy. If you're paying attention frequently, it might be worth doing if that happens. But once things are settled, you shouldn't have to. Okay. We are going to have a tool change today. This is a fantastic goal for today, is get through and do a tool change. And what I will do between streams is I'll calibrate the location of the rest of the tools. And then next stream, I'll also install, this just needs to be bolted in and wired. I'll install the sex ball. And then next stream, we'll go in and do some more getting things ready for a print. Okay. And then home Z. Now we go to, okay, let's set the speed to 50%. Let's do that. And all that is done there is change this guy right here, speed factor. Okay. With your fingers over the emergency stop, run T1. This will initiate a tool change to tool 1 at half speed. Press the emergency stop if anything goes wrong. Repeat steps 3 for all the tools. Okay, are we ready? Don't have a great way. I guess just straight on. Is that going to be the best for this first go? So with the sex ball in place, will it then know where tool 0 is so you don't have to manually mount the first tool for homing? Quick setup crash cam. Yeah. Will it then know where? Well, that is used for offset calibrations. I'm not using that for Z off or the tool 0 offset or anything. So it's going to probe it with tool 0 as its first position, and then every other tool it'll probe it to get the offset. Okay, I am going to hit T1. Are we ready? And I'm gonna go stand behind it because I think I'll get a better view that way with my finger on the power button. Okay. I've got to shift somewhere. It's shifting somewhere. It succeeded, but there's a shift somewhere. Okay. There's a bunch of assumption of the docking path. Well, yeah, that is on any tool changer. It changed. There was something where it shifted, so there's something not quite perfect. It's a trap shift. Okay, let me see what happens if I go back to tool 0. Let's see if it actually lost a position. It is possible that the shift was in the tool, not in the motion system, because that succeeded. with less noises. Hey, Kenny. That succeeded with less noises. Let's see. Let's go back. Just keep watching. Kind of see where things are. It is also possible that I need to adjust the magnets on the ant head front magnet mod. That changed just about perfect. That seemed to work pretty darn good. We've got tool changing. We've got tool changing. Do you find the docking X and Y location it's helpful to lift and drop the tool to make sure there's no shift? Go for full speed. Okay, 100. Let's go tool 0. That's 100%. Okay, what I... There we go. I have a guess. What do you think, Nemi? I suspect that the back plate on these docks is not important with the 4 magnets set up. I could lower that and make sure, because I see it catching on a tiny little spot here. I don't think those make any difference with the 4 magnets. There. Give you guys another view of it. Awesome. They do much less with the magnets. You can trim them if they are snagging also. I just move it down just a hair. I do need another turntable. Or I just need to actually move this one over there. Tool is parallel to the shuttle. I'm not familiar with those socks. The back plate ensures that the tool is parallel to the shuttle. Still quite a bit slower than I think it should. Oh, it will absolutely go a lot faster than this, Kenneth. A lot faster than this. This is all setup stuff. Don't run before we crawl. We're crawling right now. It is not perfect enough for us to go full ham ludicrous speed on tool changes. It needs to be perfect. What I do want to know is what is the best way, because where I think the potential thing is these front magnets really should be ensuring that the tool is perfectly vertical for the pins. Just relying on the dock itself to make the tool perfectly vertical, I don't think is the way to go. I think these magnets on the front can adjust that angle and ensure that it's at the right spot. Putting the tool in and then loosening the magnets and pushing them back to there, I don't think is a good enough method for that. Do you have any suggestions? Yeah, Z can be bumped up significantly. Try one more view here, a little lower angle. There we go. Zoom that in. There we go. Get a little better view of what it's doing here. You see, I don't know if you can see that, but there's just a tiny interference with the back plate on tool 1. I think I can just move it. Here, let's try it. I'm going to just move it down just a tiny hair. Let's see if that goes away. There's on T0 and 284.5. On T1, it might be that there's a drop to the right and pins are not straight in line with the carriage. I think that's probably a matter of where the probe is triggering, and it's probably negligible between those two. I could probably set both of them to 287.5 and it'd probably be the same. Okay, I'm going to do this tool change again and see if I detect that little catch since I adjusted the back plate on tool 1. So is my Z speed right now firmware limited on the printer config? Is that where the... Here, let's do something else here. We can fix this test because this is going back to its original position. Let's move Z to 270. This will change our cycle time significantly. Yep, Brent May, I'm right ahead of you. Okay, now. There we go. The tuning page for some sane numbers. Let's see. Let's see what it does with some sane numbers. Tuning page, tuning. So resonance, applying the results. Tool change speed. The speed of tool change is determined by multiple factors. First are choices made while building a printer. Make sure to use quality motors and rails. Typically a good starting point for run current of your motors is use 40% of the motor's rated current. The motor rated to 2 amps, go 0.8. Your starting run current would be 0.8. This can vary depending on your motor or manufacturer. Could enable faster tool changes, but should be done with caution. Yeah, be careful of your motor temperatures, your stepper temperatures. Max Z velocity are typically overlooked on a standard printer build, but are rather important for StealthChanger. Standard Voron 2.4 example configurations are intentionally conservative. The gantry operates extremely out than most stock configurations. If the Z-axis motor were to skip at these elevated speeds, the resulting misalignment will cause severe damage. This is an example of what could happen if you turn your configuration too fast for the hardware you are using. Ouch. Increasing the max Z velocity and max Z Excel value should only be done once you're able to do tool changes and should be done in small increments. Test with multiple tool changes between increments. Increasing max Z velocity. Increments of 25 to 50 at a time. What should I set this thing to for a final test? For a sane speed test before we call it a day. Do you have an idea, Nemi? I need tool 0 back on there, but first though, let's put tool 0 on. Use what's in the code block. Okay. Okay, that sounds good. Let's move our of course you're not going to let me do that. Let's move our Z back down. So that's going to move down. We're going to go over here to our printer config. We're going to set our max Z velocity to 100 and the Excel, I think it was 1,000. Let's double check. 100 and 1,000. So I run 3.5 those times those settings. Yep. But we need to crawl and then kind of stumble, then do a nice little jog. We're working our way up to a sprint. Okay. Save and restart. That's probably a good view. What was my... Well, that's actually... Let's do... Home. Okay. Doing a home and QGL. As long as we do a sprint before... We're not going to do a sprint today. Not going to do a sprint today. I don't think the dock positions are perfect. And they need to be perfect before we sprint. We need some patience. Cat butt. I'm gonna spin on the table. He don't care. Oh. Like, what is going on? If I move it slow enough, can I keep him in camera view without him noticing? Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's go change to tool 1. There we go. That's better. Camera. Let's go back to tool 0. Nice. Looks good. So does it just automatically use the max Z speed? Welcome back, Nick. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. It will clamp to the slowest speed. Got it. What is my Z currents are set to 0.8. Yep. Why only T0 and T1? Because those are the only two that I've configured the dock location for. Those are the only two I've configured the dock location for. Let's do, just for a final end the stream, let's change. Oops, am I on the correct? Yep, I'm on the correct tool. Let's go 150. Go crazy. It's not crazy. We'll do a dock change there and call it. That'll put us at 4.5 hours today. That's not bad. Excuse me. Okay, QGL. I will configure the dock locations for the other tools between streams. Next stream, we'll come back to setting up sex ball, setting up, trying different ways of getting the offset, basically, and work towards a print. Actually, for this build, I don't think first print will be the end of the series. I still need to build the top hat and enclose it. And I don't think this build is done until I've done that. See you, Holtz. Z. Okay, so 150 millimeters per second. Tool change. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Awesome. Noise cancellation. Good call. Let's do it. Filters. Noise suppression. Off. Okay, let me get closer. Actually, hold this. Yep. Okay, let's set this closer. We'll just set it on the table there. You ready? Here is a tool change without noise suppression on. Now it is setting on the... I don't know how that was. I wouldn't call it quiet. I certainly wouldn't call it quiet, but it's not super objectionable. So that is pretty cool. Well, that is good progress today. That was really where I wanted to be. I kind of figured that flashing everything, getting stuff configured, and going through the documentation would take a while. Yeah, let's grab tool 0 again. I think I'm closer than I realize on those dock positions, because now it's pretty much grabbing them without any weird extra movements. So, awesome. Awesome. So, great progress can actually be called a tool changer now. This is true. This is true. It is a tool changer. So like I said, I'll get some stuff prepped before next stream. Theoretically, next stream could be a first print. And it could be printing while we kind of get the top hat configured and stuff. I figure there's probably at least another stream in this series, maybe 2. I am going to be building, if everything falls into place, I should be building that Vertigo printer. So that'll be a pretty big project coming up that I'm going to probably need some streams in between before I start that one, because it takes a lot of print prep. So if you haven't looked that up, go search Vertigo 3D printer. That'll be the next major project, I think, with a couple of little more minor builds in between. Should be doing this Charlie's Angel stream on Saturday, next Saturday, and look out for an announcement. We could be streaming as early as tomorrow, building the spoolbot. So this is that Prusament spool-based robot that Matt Denton made. Frieden. Got all the parts printed, wiring diagrams printed, big bearings received. So theoretically, look out, Ricky, tomorrow at 4 p.m. Pacific would be, should be when I do this. Potentially another stream as well. So this is going to be fun, and it should be a relatively quick build. I have all the stuffs. I think we're good to go on it. So Pooch will be wait here with me. He's building one as well. He's got all of his parts printed. I've got all the parts, bits and pieces for it. Going to be building some nickel metal hydride packs from cells. So that'll be fun. I don't know that we'll be doing that on stream, but anyway, thank you guys. Thanks Draft Shift folks for being here and giving a hand. Thanks to LDO for providing the kit. We will see you hopefully tomorrow. If not, keep an eye out. I'm going to be doing this build this week at some time, no matter what. It's just most likely is going to be tomorrow. See you next week. Take care and enjoy the build. Bye, folks.